Good afternoon. Welcome to the work session meeting of the Board of Trustees, the Village of Port Jefferson. It is 5:03 and it's July 10th, 2024. And we welcome two new trustees again, Zena Ugrinsky and Kyle Hill. So just wanted to acknowledge again, this is your first full meeting, work session, so welcome. And Clerk Perillo, would you like to confirm the presence of a quorum?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Shepro?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Laux?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Hill?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Ugrinsky?
Present.
Thank you. With that, I confirm the presence of a quorum as well as the attendance of Attorney Moran and Treasurer Gafka.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we all stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have two guests with us here tonight. We are welcoming Library Director Jenny Bloom with Port Jefferson Free Library. And Jenny is here today to give us a quick report, or just a brief report and an update on what the library is doing. Jenny, do you want to come up? I think we need a seat for Jenny to sit at the table.
Good at doing the hover, but you want to see my shush and my hover.
Jewel, do we have a handheld or something for Jenny? An extra mic?
That one's movable.
Can you stand, Mike? Excellent, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate you inviting me here tonight. And thanks to everyone here. I personally joined the Port Jeff Library mid-February, so I am still learning so much about our library and our staff and our community. So I really appreciate the mayor's help in kind of finding my feet in a lot of things and answering a lot of great questions. The library, in a nutshell, at this moment, we are in full-blown, full-swing summer mayhem, which is what public libraries really love a lot. We've got, at the moment, we've got our summer reading program going on, which is there's an adult version and a teen version and a children's version. We've got hundreds and hundreds of kids signed up and signing up. It's currently very active. What that usually entails is a lot of folks reading and then coming in and proving that they're reading, getting prizes, and we try to keep it a lot of fun. We've got special programming going on for that. We also have a library tour going on all through Suffolk County, and Nassau County is doing one as well for all of the libraries that are in the two counties. So there's a fun passbook. People are coming in and they have to do certain things in the library to get a stamp, and they move through, and that really opens up to a lot of people what libraries do and gives us an opportunity to sort of show our library and also talk about all the things that we do. Right here at the Port Jeff Free Library, we have, in the summertime, we have about 50 staff people. That includes, in the summertime, we have 7 teens who are, often many of them are having their first job with us as library aides, and they're helping with the summer reading programs and helping give out prizes and sign kids up. But they're also getting their first taste, for many of them, of having a job and understanding what it means to clock in and clock out and appropriate clothing and all of that. So we really enjoy that part of the summer as well. We have a teen center that's located outside of the main building at 100 Thompson Street, across the street in a space that we rent. But we are also right now under restoration of the building at 205 East Main, and that is going to be our teen center. When we finish that, we are, it was a really hot day over there today where they brought up the mechanical systems and installed those. So we will have heat and air conditioning, which is a very exciting thing. But that building, which is an 1812 home, is undergoing a really interesting, sounds like a euphemism, but it's going to be so interesting, this connection between the historic building and a modern use, where teens in our current teen center are able to access tech, many of them tech that they may not have access to in their homes. We have a great deal of STEAM and STEM equipment that we bring in from the system that we belong to, Suffolk Cooperative Library System, things that we own, lots of video games, lots of virtual reality, but also cooking programs and book discussions, and really a huge program of things. So we're excited. It's looking at the moment. We're expecting, hoping, keeping our fingers crossed that October, end of October, is probably going to be our grand opening date in that new building. We've got a long way to go, but it's going to be a very interesting mix of things, and we appreciate the Village Building Department's support in that project so far. So we're full swing on that. We've got all the regular stuff that we have going on with, broken air handlers and stuff that goes on when you own buildings and have stuff going on. But we also, with all of that and the day-to-day and is your card current, and do we have your account up to date, and do you, have access to this and that, and where is this book? Really what we're doing day in and day out is we're providing a place where we strive to be friendly and welcoming. People walk through the doors. We're the place where a lot of people might have the only conversation that they have with the person in their day. We try not to rely on signs or automated. We don't have a self-checkout station in our library because we really want to focus on making sure that we're saying, hi, it's great to see you. I'm glad you're here today. So we do a lot of that. We also do a lot of issuing of cards. We run around, find books. We have about 90,000 books in our building. We have about another 25,000 materials that are digitally accessible just for our catalog. But being part of the Suffolk Cooperative Library Systems, we have access to hundreds of thousands more of that, both books and digital equipment. We have museum passes that people can come and check out and get their whole families into dozens of dozens of museums for free often. We have got a counselor that comes into the library once a month and has appointments that are bookable for anybody who is having issues and needs some one-on-one help and assistance. We find a lot of people resources. We've been involved in finding, we have 2 regulars who we've been instrumental in finding them places to live. So the library really strives to kind of be that missing link in a community. It's where you can come on a hot day, you can come on a cold day, you can come if you are in need of some help finding something, you can come if you just need to connect with another human being. We're sort of a interesting loophole in American communities these days, and we're really, really proud of it. And so many of our staff have been with us for dozens of years. We have some people who've been there for creeping up on 30 years, and we have a lot of new people that we bring in, and we're really proud to join the profession and introduce them. And we have many people who come and they might leave and move on to another library and then come back for a more senior position as well. So we're really proud of that aspect of our profession and as it grows. I just threw a lot of stuff at you.
You did.
Is there anything in specific that I can address or answer any questions on?
Tell us about your board operation, if you can.
Absolutely. We have a board of trustees who are 7 folks in our community. They do have to be residents. Oh, and by the way, our library is for Port Jeff School District, Union Free School District residents, but it's also available for residents who are considered contract patrons in Mount Sinai or Miller Place. And so residents there in the school districts can select either our library or ComSwag to be their service institution. So, sorry, that was a
No, I think
a tangent.
maybe you got there because is your board all Port Jefferson School District residents, or can they be other?
That's one I should solidly know.
Not necessarily.
My belief right now is that all 7 of our members are Port
Residents.
Jeff residents, but I do know that several of them work in schools that are based in our contract districts and are very attached, but now that you're asking me that, I'm not sure that anyone resides in those. But I do believe it is possible. But right now, I think everybody is a Port Jeff School District.
Just curious.
Resident. We have monthly meetings, which are open to the public, and I hope any of you would like to come. They're usually the 4th Monday at 5 p.m., during the summer, I'm sure as you guys know, for some of your other meetings, sometimes that moving time moves around, but ours is coming up on the 22nd for this month, so, yeah. What else can I tell you?
You packed a lot in.
I know, I talk fast, sorry.
So tell us about the opening of the new area next to the parking lot.
Thank you for asking. I didn't mention that. We did, just on May 31st, we opened a park at 114 Thompson Street. The library fronts East Main, but then our address is actually Thompson Street, 100 Thompson Street. So we shoot back along Thompson Street, as most of you probably know, and we have a very small parking lot. It's 10 spots behind, and then behind that is a property that the library had bought quite a while ago. And I think there'd been a number of different designs that it went through in hopes of use of that space. And what they settled on, before my time here, was turning it into a park. And so when I started in February, the park had been designed and mostly built, but I've had the fun of being here for the kind of the last of it, of ordering the shade sails. I keep getting them wrong. And, making sure that our lock is on the right way in the gate, and having the fun of setting up our grand opening. So on May 31st, we had hundreds of people in the park. We had people in Gerald and Piggy outfits interacting with the kids, and bubbles, and photo ops, and past hors d'oeuvres, and all that good stuff. So we had a great opening. That space is open, unlocked when the library is open, closes at dusk. So in the wintertime, will still be open when the space is closed. But the concept is that the community should come in and think of it as their green space. The only thing that makes that totally a lie is we're planning programming for it. So there are some times when people sitting in the park might get squeezed out because we're holding a yoga class or a Tai Chi class or an outdoor story time, and we've been really ramping those up now that we have the space fully done. So that's going on there. But there are charging stations and shade, and so people are welcome to come in and start using it. So.
One more question for me
Yeah.
is, do you keep track of your visitors?
We do. So at the moment, we have pretty old school door counters. So people come in and it clicks, and we do keep track of that. So in 2023, we actually had 120,000 visits during the year. So we have the door counters. We're going to be switching to digital door counters, which sit in the ceiling, kind of like one of these, and they're much more accurate, and they can discern. So right now, when parent comes in and they might have two little ones with them, and they come in, sometimes the current door counters might read one because they move in together. When we move to our digital door counters, it can discern, so it would know that was 3 people. Or if somebody's in a wheelchair and the wheelchair isn't maybe an oversized wheelchair, it'll be able to account for that. So I'm super excited to switch to digital
That's
door
great.
counters, which are like the numbers. I mean, I'm a librarian, so I'm going to geek out on numbers. So the idea of having really accurate door counts is very exciting. But 120 is what our door counters, which, picked up last year.
That's a good number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the llama and the alpaca?
Oh, the llama and the alpaca. I didn't mention them for the park grand opening. We had Read to a Llama going on. So we brought in a llama and an alpaca, and kids snuggled up and got to read to the llamas and the alpacas during the day. But once a month, we have a Read to a Dog program, and we have, this dog is amazing. Chester is Leonberger, and I don't know if you've ever seen. Do you really? Oh, man. So we've got Chester, the Leonberger, comes into the library once a month, and he's, I mean.
That's so random.
Is he like 180, almost 200 pounds?
160.
Okay. I mean, Chester is gigantamundo, and he flops down on the floor, and kids who are hesitant readers will snuggle up. And I mean, this program is really, the reason it came about, everyone loves a dog, librarians can't get enough of bringing animals in the library, right? We had a guinea pig program today, and we had like this massive cage full of almost a dozen guinea pigs. But the concept behind Read to a Dog is hesitant readers, a child who's maybe, and not always children, to be quite honest, but people who are not necessarily really comfortable reading, especially reading out loud, this is a great way for them to build confidence. When you read to a dog, you kind of forget the world is around you. You have to speak out loud. It's very easy. You've got this gigantic head in your lap who's just looking at you and thinking you're the best thing. So other libraries I've been a part of, we've done read to ladybug programs, I've done other read to llama programs, but read to a dog program
Is that
that's, yeah,
Big mush.
it's
Baby.
amazing. So read to a dog is something that we find that it's a great outlet for parents who see that their children are struggling, and they can make sure that they come, and kids get, usually it's 5 to 10 minutes to really have that time to feel like they're in their old world. They tend to not notice that the librarians are practically squealing with joy just a few feet away. But yeah, it's amazing. It's really great.
awesome?
Yeah,
Well,
thank you.
I know that I've been invited to your next meeting, and I plan to
Absolutely.
be there.
Thank you.
And I look forward to exploring more ways for the village to coordinate, collaborate
Yes.
with the district,
Love that.
the library district. So,
Love that. So
anyone else have questions for Jenny or observations or?
I just wanted to say I was at the opening, and that was a really fun event.
I'm glad you
Yeah,
liked it.
no, and it looked like the kids were having a really great time.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even mention, we have we called it Games and Gadgets Collection. I mean, a lot of times people think the library is just books, but we had a bunch of our lawn games out at the opening, and we've got kind of it's a little wacky in some ways, but there is a purpose to it. It's sort of, our Games and Gadgets is a take on something called Library of Things, and it's something that, especially for tech equipment, we find people really come to. And so we have hotspots. So people who want to try not being a cable customer, or people who have bad reception, come in and rent out hotspots and give that a try at their home and see what that does. And lawn games and signs and cake pans and games and all kinds of things. So yeah, so that, I'm glad you were there. It was we kind of threw it all out there to see what stuck for the day, so it was fun.
I also think it's great that you offer rooms for meetings
Great.
without charge.
Thank you. Yeah, we love that. I think if there was one thing I could wish for the library, would be more small spaces for people to meet. We have tutors, and often people from the courts will come and have kind of court mandated visits, and they need a space for it. Organizations, homeowners associations, civic associations, folks that are looking for a place to meet, we're really glad we have a room for that. So one of the things, I mean, I know I'm new and I don't want to mess with what's going on, but I'm beginning to hatch ways that maybe our historic room, our front room, can be used for more programming, in addition to being that lovely place during the day to come and do quiet reading, because I know spaces in the community are so hard to come by. So we're always looking to see how we can maybe open up more spaces and make them more available. It's a real need.
What's your annual budget, if I can ask?
It is just below 5 million right now, and that includes the income from the 2 contract district patrons, which comes from people who select us. Their parts of their taxes come to us. So we're just below 5 million. Yeah. Well, thank you all. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
all you do.
I just want to commend your enthusiasm. I mean, I know you've only been there a couple of months, but unbelievable, and I think you're a great asset for the
Thank
library.
you. I
so
appreciate that.
thank you.
Public libraries are awesome. Thank you. Thanks for all the time tonight and all your support. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Do you want to leave your newsletters behind?
Yeah, I love that.
We love your newsletters.
Awesome. This is also about our museum passes, which is a fun thing. A lot of people aren't aware. Should I plop them or pass them?
Plop them.
Slap 'em.
Excellent.
But the newsletter, I mean, we've actually talked about it
Yeah.
within this group, and it's wonderful. I know I read it front to back every time it comes in.
That's great. I appreciate that. I am working on eliminating some of the exclamation points and maybe settling on some fonts. That's my goal for the day. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, should I take them away?
Yeah, we might need a couple other chairs to come up too. Probably 3 when we invite Hayduck Engineering to come on up.
I have a laptop with a presentation.
Okay, I think we can set that up. I think,
Unless you want me to just discuss where we're at.
you know, I don't know how we would, Stephen, do you know how we would set that up? It's like an HDMI cable, so
Yeah, I
it's
have a
pretty easy to
laptop.
operate from, and the projector is here and runs over to there. So if you want to bring it over here.
The HDMI's over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can move that,
I don't know how
Left
long
turn.
the cord is.
Let's test it out.
We probably don't have to move the left turn. Just take the mic out.
Well, if you move the lectern over here, I can read off of my
Yeah.
laptop while you guys are looking over there. And I think that would probably be the best.
every day.
Thank you.
We're going to be looking back and forth.
Oh, there we go. Let me just make sure. Oh, no problem.
Where's the HDMI cable?
It's right there.
That, but it goes into this, right?
No, it's
Goes into that? Okay. So just a brief recap about the Hayduck Engineering Walkability Study. They were contracted back in, I guess, the spring of 2023, maybe a little before
yeah, I
that.
think it was May of 23.
And then they submitted a report to the village in October, and just took a little while for us to catch up to it, and we're very excited to hear what the outcomes were and if we can move forward.
Great. Can you hear me through this microphone? No?
Might not be on.
No.
Turn it on first. Then I'll- You can hear me?
Yeah,
Okay
but
for
it's
the
for
live
the,
stream?
it's for the live stream. Maybe your mic,
Yeah, I
Zena?
was just gonna hand him this one.
Sorry, I'm making things difficult for you guys.
No, no, no.
Let's see if this will stay up here.
There's 3 solutions to every
There we
problem.
go. Can you guys hear me? All right, great. All right, so good evening, Mayor Shepro and Village Board. Thank you for having us. I'm Steve Hayduck from Hayduck Engineering. I'm accompanied by Eric Jeter, who's our Director of Civil Engineering, and Peter Scully, who's our Director of Business Development. So a little bit about the project history, which you just touched on, Mayor. Village requested a proposal from Hayduck Engineering back in 2023, maybe the end of 2022. We submitted a proposal back in January, which was approved in May after a couple of revisions, and ultimately we submitted a draft of the study in October. So the study area is essentially the entire village of Port Jefferson, which, as many of you probably already know, it's about 2,000 acres in area and serves a population of about almost 8,000 people, based on the 2022 census, which I got from Wikipedia. So I hope this is right.
Trusting sort
The scope of our work basically was to catalog the existing roadways. So we did that by driving all of the 39 roads that were identified by the village that were the focus of this study with a GoPro camera on the front of them photolog the entire, those roadways back and forth in both directions, and then take those 39 roadways and develop an evaluation criteria to ultimately try to find 2 demonstration projects to help improve quote-unquote walkability, and we'll get into that in a little bit. The 2 items that I have in gray on this slide are basically identifying that we haven't done these portions of our scope yet. Basically, we prepared a draft of the study, and ultimately we're going to require some input from the village on which potential candidate roadways the village is going to want to move forward with, for us to then prepare a conceptual level design for improving walkability and bikeability on those roads. And then we had, as part of our original scope, to also assist with trying to find grant funding sources, but the village did not authorize us to do that yet, so it's really up to the village whether we're going to move forward with that.
And
So
that was part of the original scope?
Yeah, we had it written in as our scope of services, and when our proposal was approved, it was specifically written in there, not authorized to proceed with this until told to do so, basically.
Okay.
So some of the objectives we believe of the intent of this study is to increase safety for pedestrians and bicyclists on roadways within the village, and to facilitate alternate modes of transportation to your village destinations, your schools, your beaches, your parks, your downtown, government buildings, and transportation hubs. Shown in the pictures are the Long Island Railroad Port Jefferson train station and the Greenway, which are potential destination points. So we talk about walkability and walkable. What do we consider to be walkable? Well, we actually did a lot of research and reading on this subject as we were working on this study. And it's not just the ability to walk from one place to the other. There are a lot of different themes that are associated with walkability and being walkable. One of the themes is whether it's traversable or not. Are there smooth walking surfaces? Is it a compact, short distance to travel? Is it safe to travel, both perceived and actual traffic safety perspectives? Is it physically enticing? Do you have full pedestrian walking facilities such as sidewalks and pedestrian crossings and lighting and street furniture and things of that nature? Being lively and sociable. A walkable community tends to be a place that has a sense of community. And from a sustainability perspective, obviously not driving vehicles is good for the environment, reduces reliance on fossil fuels, and it's also provides opportunities for those people who might not be able to use a vehicle, whether based on age, income, or disability. And then a walkable community tends to promote healthier people, because people are walking and burning calories and not sitting. And I just want to reference the source for a lot of these themes came from a white paper that we reviewed at the Harvard Library by Forsyth in 2015. So we looked at the existing conditions within the village. Many of the streets in the downtown, downport area do have sidewalks on both sides of the street with ample width. In residential areas, sidewalks are not consistently available. So there might be a sidewalk on one side of the street or none at all. And the village does have some bike-friendly and pedestrian-friendly features. There have been some enhancements that have been made over the years. There's stop for pedestrian signs and special pavement treatments such as speed tables and speed bumps and things like that. School zone signage and traffic calming devices. So one of the things we looked at in trying to determine existing conditions basis was the US EPA developed this National Walkability Index. And they prepared this map that you see on the top right, which is kind of color-coded. So there are a lot of different variables that are considered in the scoring of the walkability index. It's on a scale of 1 to 10, with number 1 being the least walkable. But you can see on the bottom left here, like 1 to 5.75 is considered least walkable, and 20 is the most walkable. Based on this map, there are many portions of the village that are considered above average from a walkability perspective. And you'll notice that the areas to the east and Upper Port, I guess, are considered less walkable. So then we also looked at bikeability. This really should have been called a different study title. And we were talking earlier today that it should have been called a connectivity study, because the intent was to look at both alternate modes of transportation, walking and bicycling. At the time that we prepared the study, there really wasn't a national evaluation criteria for bikeability, but we did find some sources, including from walkscore.com, which developed a scoring system considering things like bike lanes, availability of bike lanes and hilliness of the community, road connectivity, nearby amenities, and the actual percentage of people that do bike in the area. Based on the topography of the village of Port Jefferson, there's just limitations to what is considered walkable and bikeable. You can't, if the area is not easy to traverse, it's not going to be considered easily traversable, you know, so those are things that all come into the consideration of these scoring criteria. And this bikeability score that we found from this source was 54 out of 100, which they consider to be generally bikeable. So it wasn't like above average, wasn't below average, it was basically average. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the actual roadway network itself in the village of Port Jefferson. There were 39 roads that were identified by the village for the focus of this study. You basically essentially have two arterial roads in the village. You've got the minor arterial road of Main Street, which is Route 25A, and North Country Road. And then you've got some major collector streets, East Main Street, Thompson, and Sheep Pasture. And just to kind of give you some context, the arterial road is considered one that's more heavily trafficked, and then kind of down from there. Collector is a little bit less, and most of your streets are considered collectors and locals. So we got to the part of implementing this evaluation of all these 39 roads, and we had to determine some criteria to evaluate them against. So we developed a big matrix, which is included in the report itself. A little bit too much information to present here in this presentation. It's pages and pages of data. But ultimately, we looked at land use and limits, physical characteristics of the roads, such as the right-of-way width, the pavement width, the adjacent slopes, because like I was just mentioning, the topography of the village is pretty steep. There's steep slopes. And some of the areas adjacent to the roadways, you know, it would be very costly to try to make them walkable by building retaining walls on either or both sides to be able to make a flat surface for a sidewalk. And obstacles, sight distance, because of these steep slopes, you're dealing with significant horizontal and vertical curves in the roadways. And then we weighted some of the scores based on importance and feasibility. So we couldn't potentially put in a bike lane or a sidewalk where you don't have the road, the right-of-way width or the pavement width to even make that happen. So there's some, you know, kind of high-level decision-making that was made there on the selection criteria. So this map, I know you probably can't read the road names on it, but there's a color coding system of red, green, and yellow. The red roadways we found to be infeasible for applying some walkability treatments to, or that they would be very, very difficult and challenging to do so, would not be cost-effective. The yellow roadways may be feasible, but there were some challenges. And then ultimately we found 3 candidate roadways that we felt were feasible to consider. And this was kind of the low-hanging fruit, for lack of a better term, because we were tasked with trying to find what would be the most cost-effective locations to try to implement a demonstration project, or two demonstration projects. So these 3 green roadways that we identified are on Caroline Avenue, Oakland Avenue, and Scraggy Hill Road, and I'll go through those in a little bit more detail. First location is Caroline Avenue, which is over by the ball fields, kind of adjacent to the high school. The segment of roadway that we looked at is from Barnum to Brooks. And you know, we were told that during sporting events there's considerable traffic on this roadway. And so we looked at this from both a walkability perspective and a bikeability perspective. And based on the existing topography and alignment of the road, we don't feel that there's an opportunity to increase the bikeability of this section, but we're recommending or considering for suggesting for consideration, I should say, to basically extend this sidewalk that ends at the existing new Barnum parking lot over to the angled parking stalls. Because as of right now, you know, if you look on Google Street View right now, I don't have it open right now, but you'll see that cars are parked in the little grass area between the parking lot and the angled parking, and it just doesn't provide for a very safe environment for people walking. The second roadway we looked at was in Upper Port on Oakland Avenue, which is basically connecting your proposed six-acre park with the train station and tying into an existing share the road, bicycle-friendly roadway section. And Mather Hospital, and it basically ties into the Upper Port area downtown. Sidewalks exist on both sides of the street already, so it's not a walkability concern. This is more of a bicycling improvement, where the concept would be to, can you see my mouse on here? No. You would basically restripe the roadway because there's enough pavement available to narrow the roads a little bit and add either a dedicated bike lane or a shared bike lane. You'll notice that as you're driving through the village, some of your roadways have a sign that say share the road. Like on the top right, you can probably just barely see it because it's blending in with the green trees behind it. But that is on Belterre Road, right over by Mather Hospital, and that's a share the road. So it would basically be providing connectivity to that, and it would be a fairly cost-effective project. The third location that we identified is Scraggy Hill Road. This is over by the elementary school, basically connecting the Pine Tree Court residential area to other existing walkways and bicycle ways. Yes, this is connecting to other share the road roadways for bicycling. There are some sidewalks in the area already. Some are asphalt, some are very narrow, some are not there. So the project would consist of basically building some new sidewalks in the area and possibly restriping the roadway and putting in appropriate signage as well. So those were the results of the study that we completed. Next steps for us are to get some feedback from the village on, of those 3 candidates, potentially 2 that you feel would be most viable. And if for some reason there is some other location that you feel might be worth investigating further, we're happy to do that as well. And then actually do the conceptual design of those 2 projects, which would basically be a plan and a roadway section similar to what I showed in this, right on the bottom here. This is showing a roadway section on the bottom right. There's a road, there's a walk or a shared use path, some landscaping. That's kind of the level of detail that we would provide. And then determination as to whether or not the village wants us to proceed with the grant funding assistance. Have any questions?
Yes. So looking at the suggestions, just some feedback, impressions, not anything judgmental or anything, but Scraggy is a less traversed roadway. But the roadway that leads to Scraggy is highly traversed and a lot more narrow, with potentially some easement opportunities to, and where sidewalks aren't necessarily necessary, but there may be opportunities there, and it is a speedway of sorts that could benefit from, like Brook Road did, could benefit from some accommodation for pedestrians.
Are you referring to Myrtle or are you referring to back on Pine Tree?
At Myrtle, which turns into Old Post Road East. Yep.
So west of Scraggy or east?
It is north of Scraggy Hill. Like it's the so Scraggy comes off of Myrtle, right? So and it runs east and west.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, very good. We can look at that.
Did I steal your thunder, Janice? But this is something actually that Janice had brought up. Janice stood up in front of us, and I lived in the same neighborhood as Janice, and I walk my dog up and down that street, as a lot of people do, and access that area quite a bit. So I don't know, Janice, if you want to ask Stephen a question, or
Oh, definitely. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Stan, do you want to give Janice? Do you want to come up and just speak into the microphone so that people can hear you? I hope you don't mind if I open that up, trustees.
Hi, everybody. I looked at it a couple of times, the walkability study, and appreciate all the work. It's everything that, you know, the people that are interested in and want to improve it. Same reasons that you put in the study and the research and what you came up with makes sense. The demonstration project, like, yeah, let's go ahead and start that, you know, so that we could kind of move into the kinds of things that, if we need to, the mayor, Lauren Shepro, has just mentioned. The paradox or the counterintuitivity that I feel is like the yellow, I guess, and the red, or the more expensive, not so feasible parts. It's like the narrow
Yeah.
street where you don't have a shoulder, the curves where the other cars can't see us, where I feel unsafe. I live on Old Post East, so it's just it's north and east of Scraggy Hill. So it's great that we have buses for kids that live so close because we don't have sidewalks.
Mhm.
So now that, you know, people are so conscious of moving and how healthy it is, you know, we all want to feel safe going out without our cars and getting to where we want to go, whether it's downtown, the school, the beach, and all these destination places. So, like, you know, I was so, like, in line with so much of what's in the study, but I just, like Lauren said, I'm walking out of my house, and what's happening is our streets are getting narrower, the foliage is coming in, we're losing the shoulder, and the temporary fix that some streets are having with these asphalt curbs are actually dangerous. They fall apart and they make it a little bit less safe, or a lot less safe, you know, that I feel walking. So on those shoulders. So that's, I'm coming from a place where I don't want to get in my car. I walk my dog. I have, you know, children or nieces, nephews that I'd like to take them out on a bike. Once you get to a quieter neighborhood, you know, I feel much safer. I don't, you know, if we could sidewalk every single street in this village someday, I won't be allowed to see it. I mean, that's the thing to do. We were, you know, these suburbs were built for cars, and it's not well engineered for walking in. So there's some things we won't be able to change. So yeah. So thank you for this opportunity. I'd love to be more involved. Marilyn Ramirez and I are heading a walkability group with the Port Jefferson Civic Association. So hopefully we'll continue on with the work, you know, moving on with the sidewalks and walkability. So I'll leave this.
Thank you, Janice. Stephen, what are the benefits or negatives to sidewalks versus trails? Like instead of building a sidewalk, can you substitute a sidewalk
Well,
for a trail?
So what we were showing in this this section is kind of what they call a shared use path, which is essentially what they've built on 347. We've worked on several projects like this. We just finished a job up in like Brewster and Hopewell Junction, New York, where they converted an old abandoned railroad into a trailway, basically. Not a similar situation to what you're in, but to be honest, I don't know. Eric, do you have any input on that? I would say that it's the same. It's essentially the same thing. It's a paved surface of some sort, it's either concrete or asphalt, and then it's just a matter, I think, of whether you have the proper width to be able to facilitate both pedestrians and bicyclists.
Yeah, and without a mic, the only thing I would add to that is just, you know, with a public sidewalk in the right of way, we're always, you know, mindful of it being accessible, ADA compliant. And I think typically sidewalk is associated with being either curb tight or, you know, off the landscape strip, whereas a trail is more, you know, a natural pathway. But I guess my question would be, are you thinking about like the greenway or which?
So the greenway is paved, right?
Mhm.
And sidewalks are concrete, and the, there's a growing interest in not paving everything and not putting concrete on everything. But is it an option? Is Myrtle Avenue, which has no sidewalks, but is a very quick, dangerous roadway, up to a certain point, or Old Post Road East, or up to a certain point, Old Post Road West. I mean, some highly traversed, and then there's one other area, Oakwood Road. You know, these areas are, people want to walk in these areas, and they can't, but we're not, I don't see there's a whole lot of interest in paving and concreting everything.
So is it from like an environmental concern?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are potentially other options that are more environmentally friendly if you're looking at like stormwater concerns and runoff from these paved surfaces, like permeable pavers. We were talking about it in our office today and things like that. I think the first thing that's popping in my head is if you're thinking about like gravel or something like that.
Not ADA compliant.
Not
but-
ADA compliant, maintenance, maintaining that, it might be a bit of a challenge. There might be more O&M costs than there would be in just the pavement itself, but these are just a couple of things.
Something to
that
think
pop in my
about,
head. Yeah.
and, you know, and from a maintenance and a upkeep and financial perspective, what makes sense. And so I'm just raising it. I'm not asking for a real true response or anything, but just kind of consideration.
This is all good feedback, though. We appreciate it because, we're engineers. We do this study. We're looking at hard and fast criteria that we can measure, right? We're looking at roadway widths and right-of-way widths and things like that, and getting this kind of input is what'll help us finalize the study in a more complete fashion for you.
Lauren, I have a question.
Mike?
In the village,
Mike,
Grab your microphone.
in the village, does the village own beyond the curbs on any of our streets?
The village is responsible, yeah.
And is it a standard setback, or is it vary from?
It really depends on the alignment of the roadway, because you might have like a 50-foot right-of-way, and where the actual roadway lands within that right-of-way, it could be right on the right-of-way. It just depends on the alignment of the road.
Well, and not only the alignment of the road, but the topography around it. So,
Yeah.
a lot of the roads, you end up with a steep slope coming into it, so naturally the road, when it was built, gets offset away from the slope. And then, of course, you have the friendly neighborhood encroachers, right? People who build their lawn out as far as they can, and, they'll hire a contractor to set their Belgian blocks, their mailbox, et cetera, in the right-of-way. And then that just kind of continues, once one plot does it, the neighbor does it, and so on. And that's what makes it a lot more difficult. And in the report in the back, and they're not exact, but we do have the right-of-way widths and the paved widths. So that can give you kind of an impression of, divided by 2, the differential by 2, that's approximately how much space you'd have additionally within that right-of-way.
Once you subtract out the late width.
Yeah. So it varies, and that's the reality of it. It's without, we have the GIS mapping, we have county mapping that and aerial overlays that give us an idea. But at the end of the day, if you really want to build close to those without encroaching on private property, we have to survey it.
Comes down to surveys.
Yeah.
And I think a bigger portion of this, and why we're calling these demonstration roads, is the premise is that we want to be able to give the village something actionable that's cost effective, that can be a basis for grant applications.
And doing more
And
potentially.
a basis for tackling the myrtles
I see.
of the village, right? Because going out and building retaining walls to be able to create, additional walkable surfaces or rideable or drivable, it gets consuming. It's survey work. It's title reports. It's going to the neighbors and saying, hey, the 20 of you are encroaching into our right-of-way. We want to do something great for the neighborhood. You're going to suffer. You thought you owned something that you don't, and now we're gonna have Haydock Engineer be the bad guys and tell you how we're gonna move things back. And so it's not a simple process, and so we're trying to figure out and devise the best starting point, you know, so that we can then get into the areas where we know, and you know, without doing expensive traffic counts and pedestrian counts, you guys know better than anybody what the usable, you know, pedestrian walkways are, and where things need to be fixed, where, you know, I think you said it earlier, where you get to a point and then you're like, I just need to get from here to there and I'll be safe, right? And it's creating that safe passage between those two, you know, enjoyable walking routes.
Did you look at this is the road I was trying to think of, Pine Hill Road. I saw it on one of the
Yeah.
maps. It's like red,
We
all
did.
red.
It was red,
Might be too
insufficient
narrow.
width in sections and curves.
Very dangerous.
It's a dangerous road.
Yeah.
And
That was a lot of the limiting factors, was the pavement width.
Yeah.
And most, right? I mean, that was one of the, we scored that as a high value in the scoring matrix. So if you don't have the pavement width and you don't have the right-of-way width, you really
Right.
can't add more.
Right.
And just, so between North Country Road and Crystal Brook Hollow, the road width itself varies from like 26 to 35 feet. The right-of-way, based off of, you know, county records, and we have 35 to 65 feet.
Oh.
So there's, you know, at a max of 35 feet of paving, there are portions of the road where you would literally have 15 extra feet on both sides.
Wow.
To work with.
Wow.
You know, so those are the, you know, the village assets that are unrecognized.
Uh-huh.
And once you go out there and walk again, you're gonna be like, all of these people are encroaching into my right of way.
Trust me, we've done a lot of road resurfacing projects. That's where this is coming from.
Yeah.
It's a problem on everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
I've been walking a lot lately. I went for a nice 6.5 mile walk today. Down most of the streets you were just talking about, Old Post Road East, Scraggy Hill, Thompson, Myrtle, Belterre Road, Oakland, Highlands Boulevard. The most frustrating thing was you're walking along the sidewalk and then the sidewalk ends. And then you're on the street and then you're back on the sidewalk and then the sidewalk ends again. And it does not become walkable because of that,
Right.
you know?
Mhm.
And if there was, and from where I live,
Your street.
my
Right
street,
off
there's
your
no way
street.
you could put a sidewalk on my street. My
No.
street's as big as a driveway,
Oh,
but.
Can you look at Row
Yeah.
to see
Yeah.
how much
Yeah,
how much
exactly.
encroachment on Row? Is
Yeah.
it Row Lane?
Rolene, yeah.
Yeah. But
But-
Thompson, right, that
Right.
you abut
Mhm.
is like
Yeah.
Yeah.
very,
And
very
it would be
dangerous.
great if I could walk from my house downtown, but there's no sidewalk. You know,
It's-
this,
you take
it
your
starts
life
and then,
in your
yeah,
hands, yeah.
exactly, so.
Right. And Scraggy was on our list because it has a huge paved area, has a
Yeah.
very supple
It's low
right
hanging.
of way,
Yeah.
right?
Low hanging
And then
fruit.
it has high visibility. You have the school, you have
And
the ball fields.
connecting those facilities, I think, was also a very high.
Yeah.
You've got the school building, you've got the school itself.
Right, but part of the sidewalk goes and then it becomes, as you said before,
Right.
it becomes asphalt, and it's,
Yeah, and
it's,
it's an unmaintained, almost, anyways, I'd call that a trail before I call it
right.
a sidewalk.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's low branches.
Yep.
You mentioned where, you know, spring hits and you want to go outside
Mhm.
and then nature encroaches on us. And it becomes a maintenance headache, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, that's the difficult part, and that's trying to assess those things. But with Scraggy, it's something where, you know, as a demonstration, you could show this is what we envision for these harder to reach areas. This is what we envision, you know, our bike lanes, our shared lanes. You know, we can do the sharrows, which is basically a bike lane where you're saying we don't have enough room for a bike lane, so
Mhm.
acknowledge the presence of bikers.
Mhm.
You know, not so much that we thought that was the highest intensity use and this is where the money needs to be focused. We
Right,
looked at it
gotcha.
more as the
Yeah.
pavement's already there. Perhaps we can look at, you know, adding sidewalks or trails to this to give it a, you know, a safe walk home from the elementary school.
Right, right. Okay, and so your next item was to talk about the Phase 3 of the,
Yeah, essentially, we identified those three most cost-effective, and highest feasibility demonstration project locations. We want the village to basically pick two of them. If there's something you want us to go back to the drawing board on, or look at it in a little bit more detail, we're happy to do that. But ultimately, we want to find two demonstration projects, and we'll put together a plan that then hopefully you can use that to try to secure some grant funding and actually implement these projects. There still will need to be engineering design of those roadways. This is just, at a very high level to get you to the point of being able to hopefully secure some grant money.
okay.
I just want to ask, did you talk to any of the, sorry, I have to, there we go.
Yeah,
Did you talk to any of the residents nearby? Because I would hope that as you prioritize which projects we should be looking at, or sections that we should be looking at, which ones are most wanted? Because I would hate that we do, a demo, but no one really wanted it anyway, and then it doesn't get used, and then the conclusion is, oh, people didn't want to walk around there. Does
Mhm.
do you follow where I'm going with that?
I do.
We specifically did not engage the public because we felt that we would do the data collection and our assessment from a technical, from looking at purely the physical attributes of those roadways, provide that to the village, and then the next step really is understanding the counts, right? Because if it's my neighborhood, that's where I want it. If it's my walking path, that's where I want it. So then, to take a survey and a head count of how many people appreciate or want this here or there, ultimately it's going to boil down to the closer you're to the downtown, the more likely those roads are going to be the ones that we want to fix and widen and pump the money into, because it's serving the most people. It's a web, and as people move closer to the center of the village, that's where the most demand is.
Thanks.
Can I see them?
And we also didn't want to create a big stir where people are arguing
Yeah,
over
yeah.
something that might never exist or might not, take shape.
So, a couple of questions. On the bike lane or the shared activity lanes on either side of the road versus on one side where it's wider? Like, is there a pros and cons against that, or is it all dictated by the space?
It should be on both sides.
Okay.
That's the short answer. For it to be safe for bicycle lanes, you want it on both sides, or you want them together, completely separated from the traffic lanes. Obviously, that's much safer to have them completely separated, but if you flipped back to that little cross section, it takes a lot of real estate.
Yeah.
So it's the one is better than nothing, but you don't want to encourage bicyclists to drive into traffic. You always want to go with the traffic on a bike, whereas
Right.
pedestrians, it's the opposite rule. So.
And then as you evaluated all the streets as you did, were there streets that maybe were just low-hanging fruit in terms of wide enough for bike lanes and we should just stripe those? Like,
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So
are
the
you
green-
going to
the-
identify those?
The green
in
ones were the ones that essentially
Great.
we could add bike lanes without paving
Scraggly.
anything.
Yeah.
It's paint.
That's ultimately how we got the three
it-
projects. I use the term low-hanging fruit myself because it was, the infrastructure was there. It's just a matter of implementing a little bit of construction work, paving, a little bit of sidewalk, restriping the road and putting up some signs we could then use these as demonstration projects to help you springboard into hopefully getting some grant money to do this in more places than just these three locations.
Yeah, and,
This is-
and just to add to that, I mean, I definitely want to be clear. We do not believe those three roads are the roads that need sidewalks
Gotcha.
and bike lanes the
Oh,
most.
yeah.
It's the opposite end of the spectrum. Those are the ones where we could do something at a very low cost relative to the high priority locations that are very high cost.
As the true
Yeah.
nature of the
Because
term
village would have already
demonstration
done those
projects.
if,
Yeah.
you know,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
if it was cheap enough to do, but, you know, we're talking about grant money. We
Yeah.
need grant
Mhm.
money.
I think there's a number of streets that I could identify that are wide enough, but I think the on-street parking in those residential areas is a major problem. Soundview Drive, for example, a nice, long, straight, level street. People park on the street, where would the bike lane go? Belterre has no parking on the streets on that one side, on Soundview. The other side is car after car after car after car. I think a lot of streets are like that in Port Jeff.
Yeah, and abandoning parking stalls is a very touchy subject.
Yeah.
Especially here.
You know, even outside of the downtown, where obviously,
Yeah.
you know, you guys have incredible demand peaks. You know, if you take away that parking and people are dependent on that because the driveway isn't big enough, then you're pushing the burden onto them. But on the other side, it's one of those tough governmental decisions that get made all the time. Do we have, you know, the will to open up this corridor for biking and, you know, with this repercussion?
Sounds like Stan does.
Do we have any more questions?
Well, yeah, I think first things first, and but we'll talk more about that, and then we'll get back to you about next steps.
Great, thank you very much.
Unless anybody else have questions and comments? Okay, thank
you for
you
your
very
time.
much.
Thank you.
Very informative, thank you.
Now you can have your microphone back. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Stephen will help you with the tech. Or not. He's just taking his. Thank you, Eric Jeter. Easy name to remember.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you,
Thank
Peter.
you.
Okay, Sylvia, we rearranging the agenda a little bit?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor, we would like to, at this time, go into executive session and then hear the.
Is her microphone on? Is your microphone on?
And
Okay, we have returned from executive session, but do we have a motion to come out of executive session?
At 8:32 PM?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. There was a resolution that resulted from executive session, which I would like to read now, in addition to two hiring resolutions that were on my report. If we could please take care of them all at the same time, that would be appreciated. So we have resolution number 71024, resolution rescinding resolution numbers 14-62624 and 15-62624 from the June 26, 2024 Village Board of Trustees meeting on advice of council. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 71024, resolution ratifying the hiring of the following part-time seasonal employees for the Recreation Department. Thales Cheng as a summer camp counselor from July 1st through August 16th at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. Lola Idir as a summer camp counselor from July 1st to August 16th at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. Mano Idir as a summer camp counselor from July 1st through August 16th at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. Alyssa Delicato as a summer camp counselor from July 1st through August 16th at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. John Shields as a lifeguard from June 22nd through September 2nd at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. Sviatoslav Zaliznak as a lifeguard from June 22nd through September 2nd at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. Brittany Lonigro as a summer camp director for training new directors from July 2nd through August 16th at an hourly wage rate of $25 per hour. Lindsay Hughes as a summer camp director for training new directors from July 2nd through August 16th at an hourly wage rate of $25 per hour. And Christopher Nam as a tennis instructor from June 15th through November 1st at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 71024, resolution ratifying the hiring of Theus Johann Gerstenvoort as a part-time seasonal outside staff employee at the Port Jefferson Country Club at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour, effective July 1st, 2024. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, concluded?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we have monthly reports, so I'm going to start from the middle today and ask trustee Giuliano to go through his report.
Okay, and I'll be very brief, but as far as DPW, Steve had a meeting with PSE&G. I believe the mayor was there as well, regarding communications and cooperation while PSE&G is conducting business in the village, specifically when they're opening roads and everything and letting everybody know when it's time to repair the roads. So hopefully that was a fruitful meeting. DPW also conducted some road repairs on the potholes at the country club parking area, and they installed a radar traffic speed sign on North Country Road and Loretta Gate, which was
Yeah, yay.
yeah.
It's great.
Parks, beaches are officially opened. Security lights have been installed on the East Beach bathhouse. As far as the 4th of July events, I think was a great, everything, the 3rd and the 4th, and I think we should, big thank you goes out to all the involved departments, Code, DPW, Parks, Recreation, the administration staff here. Cooperation and coordination was fantastic. The parade and the ceremony went very well, so good job. Parks and Rec Committee, we did not have a meeting in June. Our next meeting is July 15th. Conservation Advisory Committee, we're meeting here at Village Hall on July 17th, and the Tree Committee is meeting on July 16th here at Village Hall. So I'll be attending those meetings. I attended the Explorium. The Explorium had a breakfast to discuss various options and alternatives in the years ahead, and just figuring out what the Explorium wants to be, and where they're going to be. in the future. So it's just the beginning of conversation as far as that goes. Attended the Bluff meeting with the mayor and a couple of other people as we gear up and trying to consider what options are available to us as far as the Bluff goes. Last night, we had a Conservancy meeting, and there's a lot of exciting things happening with the Conservancy. Hill Climb is scheduled for Saturday, August 17th, and if you don't know what the Hill Climb is, cars used to be made here in the village, and back in the early 1900s, and to prove their wherewithal, they would go up the hill. So they have recreated that, and it used to be some made it, some didn't. And it used to be an event that was held every 5 years, but it was such a successful event that they've held it for the past 3 years now. Last year, unfortunately, it rained. I think we only had 10 cars that went up. But this year, we're hoping that it's going to be a nicer day, and it's scheduled for Saturday, August 17th, right at the Village Center. And the other thing that's going on with the Conservancy is they're having a big gala. It's titled Zoot Suits and Silk Stockings. It's at the Victorian Studio on November 15th, and the Victorian Studio is where Nan Gazetta had her
Museum,
costume supply. Yeah. It's a Roaring Twenties gala. The Conservancy is honoring the late Barry Warren and Rob Gito, and tickets will be going on sale soon. And my next Saturday sit-down is this Saturday, July 13th, from 9:30 to 11 over at the Village Center. If anybody has any questions or issues to be brought up, that's the time to do it. And that's my report.
All right, there's just one thing I wanted to mention, that is that the paving project is starting tomorrow, I think, right? Like, there's going to be milling on the roads. Do you want to talk about that, or? Okay, so it's Alden, Pilgrim, Laurel Drive, Old. Yeah, everything on the east side of Port Jefferson, Mayflower, Red Oak, Birch, Maroki. Some, really desperately needed work is being done over there, and it should be completed within the next week or so. They mill it tomorrow and Friday, and then it sits over the weekend, and then they start the paving process. And the really important piece of this is that the people who like to park their car on the road over there need to move their cars, because, and we've put notifications out. The paving company has put notifications out in the residents' doors. Code enforcement has put notifications out on the windshields of the cars that are parked on the street, and they're putting more notifications out today saying, if you are parking on the street when the paving company comes in to start milling, your car will be towed to Scraggy Hill Road at the owner's expense. So we're trying to be as communicative as possible, and so we hope that the message is heard. So, because it starts tomorrow. Yeah, and then one other thing I wanted to mention, and I think you guys talked about this at the Conservancy meeting last night. Two things: the East Beach Roadway planter project has been completed. These planters, there's 66 of them, have been cleared out through great pains. I mean, it was a huge project to remove all of the overgrowth and brush and thick shrubs that have grown there over the years. And so it was removed. There was some compost included, put into the planters, and our the staff up at the country club actually chipped in on this project on the days that they weren't working on the golf course, and they were able to work with a nursery to secure a rate they secured wholesale rates for the plantings that were installed there, half price of what would have normally been charged, and we're establishing a relationship with that nursery that does take orders for the future for for flowers and shrubs and whatnot. So what we're going to do, and it will end up saving quite a bit of money out of our beautification budget, probably about half of the cost, is we'll order through that nursery and bring those plants in. They will order them in January. We'll bring them in over the course of the year when they're needed. They do all kinds of things, like they do poinsettias in the wintertime, they do marigold in the fall, and then they do the petunias and all the other perennials and annuals. If we want annuals, same situation. So we're very grateful for the collaboration with the Country Club team. And what we're doing is we have a QR code and a sign program that helps the residents and non-residents as well, understand that they can own and put their a sentiment, a message, or a name on a box for $200. And this is a initiative we're working on in collaboration with the Conservancy. So the QR code takes the family, person, entity to the sign-up page for information. It explains what the program is, where checks can be sent to, and we'll start making signs for the boxes if people want them. So I signed up already. Right. So anyway, that's a very cool project, and I think the Conservancy was good with it, right?
Yep, absolutely.
They were very enthusiastic about it. And the other thing is that we received interest from Mather Northwell to help support the farmers market with an annual support contribution through the Conservancy. And they will be, the discussion is so far that they would like to have a table at the farmers market at which they will be doing nutrition advice and health monitoring tests, health like screening and things like that. And they'll get they're asking to have some recognition on the skating rink boards for their partnership, and they'll be providing reusable, recyclable bags for the vendors to be able to put the product in and give it out. So those are just some of what they're supporting and what they're getting for their support. And the amount of money that we're discussing is $15,000. So that gives our farmers market an opportunity to invest in itself as well. So all that money will be going to the farmers market, to the Conservancy, and then when the farmers market needs to invest in something or fix something or put up a bag, whatever, they can tap into the Conservancy to fund that initiative. And then, okay, those are the two things that I wanted that involve what your areas. Okay, any questions for Bob on the parks or public works? Okay, Zena, you want to report?
Sure. Okay, so I'll start with the power plant working group. Just as a reminder, it was formed, it really got going at the beginning of this year. And the intention was to ensure that Port Jeff Village has a voice in what happens with the power plant and starts participating in what could potentially be the future of energy as it relates to Long Island, and possibly even the nation. So we've made a tremendous amount of progress on building the relationships that I talked about. So we've got a great relationship with National Grid. We built on the already solid relationship with the village. We've also developed a very good relationship with NYSERDA. It was the committee sent a letter to Hochul's office and describing some of the assets that we have here in the environment. And so we had NYSERDA here. We hosted them today with National Grid Ventures, which is their energy innovation arm. and it looks like that those conversations are fruitful, and there's interest on both Nat Grid and NYSERDA's side to continue those conversations. Next step is going to be following some of the other threads that we discussed with the Department of Energy and various programs that they have available. There's a tremendous amount of funding that came with the infrastructure bill, and some of that could be potentially very beneficial for the village to participate in. So, and strengthening the relationship with LIPA is next. But it's really about creating one conversation, ensuring that we have a voice at that table, and seeing what the art of the possible is. So we are not solutioning, but we are trying to ensure that the funding that is going into emerging technologies around power, that some of that is attracted to Port Jeff. It means job creation. It means the potential revitalization of the power plant, and potentially turning that into tax dollars. So, very exciting stuff. It was a great day. Any questions on that? Okay, I'll move on to the Finance and Budget Committee. As you know, so I was participating. So the first thing is housekeeping. So with my election as trustee, we are now bringing in Renee Tidwell, who was the alternate from the beginning. I will continue to have a role as the Commissioner of Finance. So I'll be what I guess we traditionally called the liaison, the trustee liaison to the committee. That committee has sort of as a bonding exercise in getting to know one another and skill sets and getting comfortable. We're almost done with a model that we've built out for rec room pricing and just validating sort of that we're at the very least covering our costs, right? It's not, the intent was not to be a profit center. It was just to make sure that we're covering any deficits. Yeah, exactly. And going forward, the intention is to be an arm to really help Treasurer Gafka with things like the bids are coming in for the RFP for the audit, for example, and help review documents of that nature, and also, bring some best practices relative to finance and just be counsel, essentially, for him on the finance topic. Anything, did I miss anything, Stephen, that you might have wanted to say about?
Nothing that particularly that I wanted to say, but just to add in what a couple of the Budget and Finance Committee members did send a little late via emails to just talk about one in the room rental rates that we're discussing is that we're really trying to level the rates where the residents can see and feel the benefit of being residents of the Village of Port Jeff when they go to rent rooms or request rooms at the Village Center. That the discrepancy between non-resident and resident right now doesn't seem to be as beneficial as maybe it should be towards the residents versus those that are coming from outside the community in. So that's being built into the model, as Trustee Ugrinsky related just prior.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, right? Because previously the rental rates were, sort of flat, regardless of whether you were a resident or not, and there were a lot of examples of just fluctuations that have no explanation. So, just to be consistent and ensure that the residents know that the Village Center is their place and that they get preferential rates and treatment for that asset. Yeah.
and that's it.
Because essentially taxpayers cover the cost of the deficit.
Mhm.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Right.
Yes.
And the deficit is what?
It varies depending on how well it does, but it's, it can be upwards of 100,000
Of 160,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
on the high side.
So we're trying to catch up so that the residents don't have to cover the costs of freebies, right?
Correct.
And we're trying to eliminate freebies. I mean, we're having conversations with some of the folks that have historically underpaid for the value they were receiving, and not residents, right? So I think that's going to be at least useful for Treasurer Gafka, and as a modeling tool just to evaluate future rate decision making.
Okay.
And then just to add on to that, there is a lot of previous unadopted policy that was out there that is really, I think, important to the not-for-profits, to the room rentals, to full weekend rentals, to what is the policy for trash, what is the policy if code is needed for an event. All of that is being looked at by the Budget and Finance Committee. And there's some really positive conversations about that, and we think that there's going to really be a good model that comes out, and some good information and a good setting so that everybody understands what the rules are across the board, no matter who you are trying to rent.
Because
in
we've
the
come
event
up,
center.
we've identified policy that's been written
Mm-hmm.
back in 2016 that was never adopted, and it seems flawless. Not really sure why it wasn't adopted, but it shouldn't be a heavy lift for the Budget and Finance Committee to just go through that with a fine-tooth comb, and then bring it to the board to say this, if that's what they want to recommend.
Yeah, and we used a full year of data just to build out the model, but it'll be usable going forward.
All right, thank you. Stan, over to you.
Pushing a button. At the present time, our summer camps and our swim programs are in full swing. I want the parents to be aware of the fact that we have completed background checks on all of our staff, we do this every year. All of the counselors, all of the lifeguards. We use the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services and the Sex Offender Registry to check on all of the people that we employ, whether they're counselors or lifeguards that work for us during the summer. We have finally received our permit for the camps. Suffolk County is usually a little bit slow on this, but we do have a full permit now for our programs. On June 15th, a month ago, we completed our re-registration programs. This is for the people, the counselors and the guards who work for us, whose first aid or CPR certifications ran out. They've all been recertified well in advance. We've had all of our first aid boxes at the Village Center and both beaches inspected and restocked by Direct First Aid, which is a company that specializes in this. We have revised our cleaning contract, which we have a contract with, it's called Janney King Cleaning for the coming year, 24 and 25, at a savings of about $10,000 for the new contract. We have received a $15,000 grant from the Brookhaven Community Block for our senior programs that we're upgrading up at the Village Center. We have recently hired a new night manager and revised all of our managers' schedules. We're still kind of asking for more code coverage, especially during the hours between 6 and closing. Hopefully we can work something out with that. We are looking for a new janitorial service for the center. We have had 10 different companies attend a walkthrough and regarding the RFP that went out apparently for the janitorial services.
Trustee, that was open today.
Yes. And I don't know if we made the award.
There is some things, legal things that we're looking into in reference to state procurement, but we'll decide on those issues shortly.
Okay. Movies on the Harbor have started. Tomorrow, July 11th, the movie Southbound will be shown at the Harborfront Park at 7 o'clock. These are not well attended, but they should be because some of these movies are pretty darn good. Bob had mentioned the Parks and Recreation Council meeting. I'm going to repeat it. Make sure that everyone knows. It's Monday night, July 15th at 6 o'clock up at the Village Center. These meetings are open to anyone who wants to attend, and we invite, the public if they want to come in and listen to what's going on in the Parks and Recreation Council. I want to mention just briefly, we haven't had a meeting with the schools recently about the safety issues because we were told at the last meeting that we had that this was going to be passed on to the administration of the schools to come up with a program that we could meet and talk about. And to this date, I have not heard back, so I'm going to start pushing again. We were told that we want to have a program in place prior to the start of the school year, and it'll be here before we know it. Time moves, so I will be arranging a meeting with the school committee to discuss it and then move on to the superintendent and the new board to pursue this issue. So that's really all I have on the schools at this point.
Which particular safety issues are you speaking of?
Basically, right now, it would be the high school, the drop-off and pickup of youngsters in the street by the school is, in most people's opinion, quite dangerous. Again, the administrators have been asked to help come up with a solution. I think they have the ball right now. In terms of the children riding to school on the bus, they seem to come to school on the bus, but in the afternoons, they don't. So many of them get back on the bus. Parents are picking them up at the school, which creates quite a problem. We pay quite a lot of money for transportation, and in my opinion, and I believe the administration has agreed, they're not taking advantage of the buses the way they should to help solve this problem. Scraggy Hill seems to have straightened out pretty recently. It seems to be working pretty well since we got the crossing guard out there. Things have improved drastically over there. So we're going to concentrate on the high school and see what we can do over there.
All right. Thank you, Stan. Kyle?
Nothing to report.
I'll just suggest that you work with Trustee Laux on the safety issues around as, Public Safety Commissioner. You probably collaborating together, that might be helpful, especially when, your interest has been, you've spoken of being very interested in the school district, so that would be a nice thing to do. And then also, if you could collaborate with Trustee Laux on the security, public safety initiatives around the village center. Not an easy thing to do, so, and I'm happy to provide just a little bit of in background on that, if that's something that would be helpful to you.
Sounds good.
My report, I handed out earlier a document that contains everybody who so far to date has enrolled in the volunteer programs through the Make a Difference website. So all the trustees have this document. I'm asking you to keep it confidential because there are people's email addresses and cell phone numbers and addresses on there. So, but really the reason I handed it out was so you could consider there are liaisons identified for each of these different areas. I won't go through them, there are 20 pages. It also contains the people who are currently serving on existing boards, like the Architectural Review Committee, the Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, those people whose terms have expired, and basically which trustee is responsible for sort of pulling together these boards. So I'd really like to be able to work with you each individually, independently, to help cultivate the people who have signed up and indicated their interest. I've received several resumes already, and I've set up a couple of meetings for this week to speak with people, residents, who are sort of new to the community and want to get involved and expressed interest in the specific areas. Once you see resumes, you'll get a whole new concept of where they might really be able to make a difference based on their experience and whatnot. So this is something that I really want to focus on and hope to have some movement on over the next 30 days into the month of August. So you'll see me sort of pushing through some of these things. Conservation Advisory Council is very, very significant at this time. So is the Economic Development Council and the Public Safety Advisory Board. There's quite a few people who have expressed interest in that. There's quite a few people who have expressed interest, and you'll see in a lot of different areas. So next steps are really to meet individually with people, make some determinations and recommendations as to who might fit what category, what area, what opportunity, and move forward from there. And I think, it's not a simple thing to do, but I think it's paying off in a lot of ways on a lot of other areas, and I think we'll see some real significant payoff in this.
Can I ask a
Yes,
question?
please do.
Just as I'm going through this and I'm thinking about the power plant working group, is there like a recommended size for these, or
Working
is that
groups,
up to each group?
it really is.
independent?
Working groups, no. If it's not codified and it's a steering committee or a working group, those people who are interested, everyone should be welcome.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So for building and planning, just a couple of things to note from the director's his update, his report. That is that we're getting ready to submit a couple of recommendations for code changes on the rental code and also on outdoor dining code and potentially the sign code. We are also continuing to work with the parking committee on trying to figure out ways to help create better policy and methods of enforcement for parking in our village. Stephen, do you have, off the top of your head, can you give us an update on where we are financially in managed parking this year?
Yes, today we're up. We're up. I mean, when you compare apples to apples, so April 15th is when we opened this year.
Mm-hmm.
When you compare that.
When did we start enforcing?
April 16th. April 15th, excuse me.
Okay, wasn't May 1st?
Well, we were,
When did code enforcement start really enforcing parking?
May 1st.
Okay,
But we opened the season April 15th.
Okay.
Excuse me.
all right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
But
Mm.
we are up over that period of time, April 15th to the end of June.
Mhm.
I had it in my work session. We were up roughly almost 60,000.
What?
April to June. We're up.
Same time frame,
Right. And when you add
year
in,
over year.
Yes. And when you add in March, if you go back to March from 2023 to the end of June, compared to this year, our
Mhm.
entire season, we were up roughly 30,000.
Wow. Okay. That's great news. I think, it's good news. Thank you. The climate resiliency plan, the project that the Campani and Schwarting are working on with the Department of State grant. The next step in that process is we need to submit a letter to the state to indicate, based on the meeting that was held last month with the PAC, that we are asking Campani and Schwarting to move forward to the next step, which is, I think, the 13th or 14th item on the list of items that need to be completed for the grant to be completed, which is a letter to the state saying we'd like Campani and Schwarting to pursue the next steps in 4 of the 5 recommended projects that came out of that PAC meeting. So we have a draft letter. We're taking a look at it. If you'd like to look at it, Bob, you're welcome to. Kyle, if you'd like to look at it, you're welcome to. So that's that. Next step. And then the bluff update it's not really an update, but it is, I want to, again, talk through the bluff. The last meeting we had, the last working session we had, it was with the prior board. I think both of you were at that meeting, or you heard that discussion. So right now, where we are is we have been meeting, as Trustee Giuliano mentioned, we met with the engineering firm to talk about next steps for Phase 2 process, and also Phase 1, how to address Phase 1 with the breaches in the bluff wall. There's not much we can do except what is permitted by just maintenance of the bluff wall, and it looks like what we're going to do is do some hydroseeding just to continue planting on the bluff wall. And then for Phase 2, we received the is it a quarterly update, Clerk Perlow, that we are required to, or is it an annual update? GEI is providing updates to provide to Dishes and FEMA, right?
There is an annual compliance report monitoring document, so that's the annual.
So that was submitted. If
Yes.
anyone wants to look at that, the clerk's office has that. If you'd like to look at that report, it is sitting in the clerk's office. And that goes to the public, for the public as well as the Board of Trustees. And so we have actually been talking to the engineering firm. They're going to submit an estimate on what it would cost, because walking around the parking lot of the Country Club North campus, north side of the campus, north side of Fairway, and we're looking at where all the water goes and how it's collected. And we learned that there really was no testing in that area around under the parking lot, under the tennis courts. The testing was done on the north side of the the restaurant building facility, and then 2 areas on the lower wall area, the lower foot of the bluff. So those were the only soil borings that were done. So there's really not a whole lot to go on in terms of what is going on underground, how water collects, how it percolates, how it works, how the water works. So we're getting some estimates on what it would cost to do some soil borings in those areas. We're waiting on that. And I think with that information, we'll have more to go on in terms of what would the next steps be. What I'm taking a trip out to Nissaquag tomorrow with, is it tomorrow or Friday? Tomorrow. Yeah, with Trustee Deputy Mayor Giuliano in his role as liaison to the Conservation Advisory Council and Public Works and Parks liaison commissioner. And so we're going out to look at a project that's being performed on a bluff project in Nissaquag. It's not a proof of concept, it's an actual implementation. So we'll have more to report on that. The engineering firm that designed that is going to be there and kind of explain to us what the process was. Trustee Ugrinsky and I went to a home. We were invited to a home in Belterre, looked at their conditions, their bluff conditions, and their prospects for what they wanted to do, and learned a little bit more about what's going on the west side of Port Jeff Beaches. And we're just exploring and digging in and trying to become educated about what others are doing. And so ultimately, what I'd like this board to agree to is to host a sort of a charrette of sorts to talk about, to bring in project examples, programs, models, to take a look and invite the community in to look at what other communities have done and how residents and municipalities have dealt with their erosion issues. So we have a lot to work with, and we can come up with, as a board, some solutions that we can actually bring to the public and ask them to consider, but with them involved in the process. And this the steering committee for the north side of the country club campus, and also the committee on erosion, we will bring them into this process as well. So that's the thinking about the Bluff project as is. No immediate action being taken, but a lot of research, a lot of work behind the scenes to find out what's the best way to move forward on this, so that we can bring it to our community, to our taxpayers, and help them understand what the options are, and then make some decisions. So we're also
educating ourselves first.
We're educating ourselves first so that we can help the community understand what we're learning. We're also working with HADOC to help us navigate with the DEC on some of these things and how to make them aware. We're looking to do a pre-application meeting with the DEC so that we understand their concerns and they understand what we're facing. And we'll go from there. So Trustee Giuliano is going to be working with me on this. In your absence, I'll look to Trustee Hill to supplement that effort, and we'll just move forward from here. Any questions about that? Anyone discussion?
Are we doing that tomorrow, rain or shine?
Oh, is it supposed to rain tomorrow?
Yeah.
Rain or shine, Bob?
Okay, that's fine. No, playing golf?
I'm gonna make this fast, but just one question. So I thought the Bluff meeting, the resident meeting, went really well. I think it was well received. I think the expectation on the part of the public is that exactly what you just sort of laid out. But just to summarize, is the expectation that once all of the options have been captured, we're then going to distill those into something that can be communicated to the public, and then have a series of events or one large event, and then how's that decision made after
So the event is the sort of charrette. You know, we invite the engineering firms and the architects and the technology companies to come in and talk about their what works for them, like best practices, right? So, and that the public should be will be invited
that?
to.
Yeah.
So that's next, and I'd like to get that done sometime in August. And then from there, we have a lot of discussions to go through. And working with engineering firms, I mean, I can't predict what will come out of this, it's a, you know, it's a working,
It's
sort
still a
of-
work
it's a
in
workshop.
process.
It's
I
a-
know.
no,
I'm
it's,
aware.
this will be kind of a workshop.
Yeah.
And then from there, we'll say, okay, let's examine the plans. Is the existing plan the way to go, or do we look at something else? How much are we gonna, how much is this gonna cost versus how much is this gonna cost? And will this handle the problem, or will that handle the, what makes sense? So without having all this in front of us, hard to say what the next step will be, but
Yeah.
the bottom line is, we will be involving as many people from the Village of Port Jefferson that want to get involved to be involved and hear it and make a decision on it. And it could end up being a referendum. I mean, it should.
Hmm.
But we also have to go back, if there's going to be a change in the plans, we have to navigate that with FEMA
Sure.
because
yeah,
there's a
yeah,
grant
yeah.
there. So it's not an uncomplicated thing. But
No,
we
no,
have to
it's-
do it the right way. It has to be done right.
I just, my one recommendation would be, at some point, there should be a communication out to sort of the public and just a summary of what all the options are, right? It just feels additive to what you're suggesting, but I
Mhm.
think it would be really well received.
Okay, noted. Okay, that concludes my report. Clerk Perillo?
Thank you. I'll be as brief as possible. Going to my report, the concession operation RFP was noticed, is returnable on the 22nd. I hope to be able to make a recommendation or recommendations so that it can be voted on for our meeting on the 31st. I timed the return of the RFP accordingly because, in essence, this is a summer program. We'll have about a month and a half of summer left, so it'll be a pilot program similar to what we're doing with the busking. Okay? To segue into the busking, that program begins this Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. There will be information on social, on Facebook, and on the PJ Retailer's website. It's not available yet. Once we have flyers or any other information that we can share, we're certainly happy to do so. So I also wanted to thank Steve Munoz. He did an excellent job of adding legal language that was requested and adding insurance language that was requested to the waivers. So I wanted to thank him for that, for our prompt receipt of all the information as well, for the creation of medallions for each of the artists, which I also relayed over to Code so that they are aware of who is actually licensed or vetted, for better wording, by the association. By the association, okay? Financial Audit Services RFP is not returnable until the 29th of July. We have a lot of interest that was expressed in that already, and a lot of questions have come to our attention. Just to follow up about the election, 2 changes were made this year in terms of process. One of them was that the inspectors, I had them come in from 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock, and then 1 o'clock until closing. So we had 2 shifts that seemed to work very well, with the exception of 3 inspectors that actually asked to work the entire day. So it was a very well-received change. The other change was the addition of village voter registration days, which was not as fruitful. We had 3 voter registrations, 3 new voter registrations in the span of 2 days. So my recommendation to the board is that we not continue that practice for next year. It's not necessary, and that we abolish village voter registration day. In terms of employment, we have a content creator open position. We have received numerous highly responsive resumes, so we're working on the fulfillment of that position. The roof remediation project began on July 1st with the DPW facility and then Village Hall, and I was provided with a schedule just the other day, so work is proceeding according to plan. So I want to say thank you for that as of now. The website redesign project is ongoing. We have an early training scheduled for the 16th of July from 1 to 4, and that will involve several staff members. I wanted to let you know, I wanted you all to know that the New York State Contract Reporter is actually a very valuable resource for us in terms of the RFPs and the various bids that we have out. So we've received a lot of responses because of that resource. And just so you know, that needs to be updated. So we need to go back in and advise which companies or which vendors were awarded bids and when that happened. So it's a little bit of work on the other end, but it also becomes a very valuable resource for others as well. And there will be an additional resolution on behalf of the country club. The country club needs to hire someone to help with their postings, with their Facebook, with their social media, with everything that they're doing. It's not, what they're doing right now is not effective. They would like to have Social Butterfly, who is already a vendor for us, take that on and make it much more effective and much more responsive. The quote for that was $400 per month. So that'll be an additional resolution for the upcoming meeting. And that concludes my report, unless anyone has questions.
RFP for the sidewalks for the, around Rocket Ship Park and everything.
Do you want to talk about that? Or?
We have anything on that?
Okay. The treasurer has some ideas.
Okay.
So he's going to discuss that.
Since you asked the question, the intention is to use ARPA funds to do the sidewalks. In speaking with our highway superintendent and time is kind of the essence. We have to commit to these projects. We have to have the funds allocated before the end of December, or we have to turn the funds back in. So in discussions with the highway superintendent, I asked him to reach out to the county contractor that the village has used in the past. That he was highly recommended Dial Concrete, just to give us a quote based off of county contract, off of the recommendations that the board previously requested, which would be stampcrete, stamp concrete, red brick style, from Barnum Avenue around Rocket Ship Park all the way out to across from Wynn Lane, and to redo the handicap access curbs along that, as well as, in addition, I asked him for DL to provide a quote to repair any areas of curbing that may be affected or may need to be repaired. So we're getting it all done at once. So that area, as well as Wynn Lane, curbing and the red brick, for Stampcrete. And then the second option is to lay down a new foundation of concrete and then replace the brick. That was the second option that there seemed to be, wanting to see what that difference is. What is that cost, difference to do that? And then the same thing for around the tennis court, which is a different project. That's a Suffolk County grant project, downtown revitalization, in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce, I believe. So that, that would be treated differently than the Wynn Lane, from Maple around to Main Street, and then Rocket Ship Park across from Ruvo all the way down and around to Barnum. So I asked for him to reach out, and in his capacity, he's going to look over any of those documents to see, does it look like it conforms with what we've done in the past for all of our other sidewalk projects. So that's what Clerk Perillo was leading to. We would not have to go through the bid process. They have to conform to all prevailing wage, all Suffolk County standards, all highway, all of those standards for doing the sidewalks. They have to do that. And he's gonna, Steve said he's gonna stay on top of it and get those quotes. And then, if we look at it, if the board looks at it and decides, let's move forward with this in this manner, we can do that without having to go out to bid. Otherwise, we can follow through on the RFP process. The concern there becomes timing.
Right.
When are they returnable? You know, what are the price points? You know, is it within the range? You know, and that's when you can get a little iffy. So that's what's going on with that particular project.
What would it actually take to run the RFP? How much time?
It really depends. If you once they're
We have it ready to go, right? Or do we?
I believe that the specs were written out, that we're ready and are ready to go.
Yes, so if the specs are written out, which we have specs, and we put the RFP out, I don't imagine it would take more than a month to award it. I couldn't imagine. I think the treasurer is concerned about the timing. So I think we should have a multi-layered approach where we have the quotes from DL and then go out to RFP. If we find that we have an issue with the timing and he's afraid of a loss of funds, then we can move on the county contract.
Well, because it's timing, can't we do it simultaneously?
That's what I, yeah.
Okay, so you can send out the
Yes, I can.
RFP, okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Tomorrow? No, I just but it's ready to go, right? I mean, basically.
It could be in the paper of next Thursday, a week
Okay.
from tomorrow.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good question, Bob. Thank you.
All right, just going straight into my report, I just wanted to ask or relay information on my resolutions. There's no, these resolutions that are all listed, basically what I have to do at the end of the year, there are lines that inevitably get overdrawn. Things happen over the course of the years and line items get overdrawn. And then there are line items that have money left on them. So what these resolutions are going to do, and when the attachments are sent out, we're going to be shifting money around within the budget to then fill those holes, plug those holes so that there are no more over budget lines, or if there are, they're very minimal, so that it's kind of a clean looking document when those financials are inevitably presented to be audited, so that they're easier to follow. It also allows it to be more in line with projecting the next year's budget by allowing the lines to be overdrawn where they should be, rather than it's the end of the year, there's no money left in this line, so just hit that line, which can happen. But this makes more sense to do it this way, so you have a better sense of your budgeting needs in the future. I don't know if there are any questions on that. The fourth resolution is the bunker project went over budget down over at the country club, so we needed to do another budget amendment to increase appropriations in the capital fund to pay a couple outstanding invoices that have been sitting out, for a little while now. So we had to increase that funding by about $30,000. So the whole project was going to come in around $530,000 when all is said and done.
That's all out of Country Club Fund?
Correct. Moving on, the treasurer's office is moving forward with opening a new bank accounts payable that the board authorized. What that's going to do and how that affects the operations is that what we're going to do, currently we write a check for AP out of each individual bank account. So the country club has its own checking account that we write checks out of, trust, capital, general, and so on. So there's 4 separate check runs that the treasurer's office has to perform whenever we have to pay bills. There's also 4 separate warrants that need to be reviewed and totaled up and then gone over by our claims auditor. By having one central account, kind of like our trust and agency payroll account, everything gets filtered into one place. It's one check run. It'll be one warrant. It'll be easier to present it. If there are any vendors that have
bills in Country Club and also maybe Capital and also General, it can be done on one voucher instead of 3 separate vouchers, which is what's happening now. So it should reduce paperwork, it should help reduce time, streamline it, and make it easier to follow and to understand in the future. And that is the intention of doing that. Parking meters, just a clarification, we were $30,000 up in June, over June, $13,000 up from the entire year of 23 to the end of June, and April 15th to the end of June. Just a clarification. Also, I had a meeting with the parking committee towards the middle of June, where it was presented about new parking meters. Now, everybody understands our parking meters are old. They're dying. I'm seeing it when I'm monitoring all of the websites and going out and actually looking at these machines. Everything's falling apart. And it's very difficult to maintain them, and it's difficult to tie out the actual cash amounts with the tickets that are being produced to the back office, to the actual money that gets deposited, because it's not functioning well anymore. The mechanics aren't, it's like a clock that goes bad. It wears down, it slows down. So I got a quote that's off a Sourcewell contract that the village would be able to purchase meters from for 8 coin. They accept coin, cash, credit card as the recommendation per the parking committee. It's going to be about $65,000 to get 8 machines and installed. Now, that doesn't include any work the village has to do on its own. We're setting new foundations for the machines, or taking any equipment out and putting it in, or pouring any new concrete. So that will be additional costs. Don't know that yet until, I wanted the board to have a say in terms of this purchase. It's a large amount of money. It's with capital funds that do exist. We have the money to do this purchase order. But once we send this purchase order out to T2 Systems, who is also our enforcement arm for our software and parking enforcement, so they'll work hand in hand. They'll come out, they'll take a look at our sites, and we can get an additional quote, an idea of what other work needs to be done. But the parking committee said, let's keep with all of our cash. People still pay with cash. Roughly 25% is cash or card at the machines, and not through the tap or the mobile app. So they thought, let's continue on with that. There's still a populace that uses cash and coin, so we should keep it. But we're going to reduce it from 12 machines to 8, and because there's some overlap. There's 2 machines on Arden. There doesn't need to be 2 machines at Arden. There's 2 machines in the Mariners lot right across from each other. They don't need to be there. There's 5 machines in Salt Meadow, 2 of which are not really used that much, can go down to 3. So that's how we're going to get down to 8 meters. I don't know if there's any questions on any of that.
Stephen, is there an opportunity to negotiate the extraction and the installation of those? I mean, without the village having to do the concrete foundation work, or?
That depends on what the highway superintendent feels his staff is able to accomplish. And we may not need to do anything. They may come out and go, you know what, everything looks good. The bases are still usable. And then it's a matter of just pulling the old machine out. All of the electrical conduits are there. It's tying it in and then moving on. But if any new concrete needs to be poured, it depends on what the scope of that work is. We won't know until we actually get the PO out, which I wasn't comfortable doing until the board had a chance to comment on this particular purchase, since it's a lot of money.
And the bid is funding a portion of it.
Yes, the bid has committed to, I believe it's $23,000, which was originally allocated in their snow removal budget, that they're going to reallocate for this purpose. So what I'll do when that money comes in is I'll be able to move it to capital and raise it so that there's a little bit more money to work with. So we have some cushion, and potentially also be able to look at some more safety options for the meters that the parking committee recommended, like little shelters and lights, to make it look a little safer and more bright when you're trying to use it, especially at night.
Something that we talked about, speaking of parking, we talked about yesterday, is the opportunity for restaurants and even our village center, when there are events scheduled in the restaurants, events scheduled in the village center, that the proprietor, or the village center management can actually help the people who are scheduling the party pay in advance, or pay, cover the what it takes to get the parking, get your license plate covered under the parking program, right? So you take the QR code, you have the license plate, all you have to do is plug in the license plate and how many hours you want to book, and you can book for 30 people that are coming to your restaurant, or 30 people that are coming to the village center for a party and an event, and it's all covered in advance. They don't have to worry about going to a meter. They don't have to worry about reading scanning the QR code on the meter or on the sign. It's covered. It's a service. So we're going to start communicating that on social, so that people in the village and around village residents might be hosting the party, and their guests are coming from all over Long Island. So we feel like it's an opportunity that not everybody thinks about, and we're going to really start communicating it so that people understand this is definitely an option. It worked for a particular restaurant in the community that was having a party that the clerk, Sylvia, helped them work it through, and it worked like a charm. They didn't have, their guests were fine. No one got a ticket. Everyone was covered, and it just took a lot of the pressure off of the party and the guests to worry about parking and figure out the meters and stuff. So that's what we're going to do. Campaign.
Just a couple minor updates. We've received roughly 90% of our tax revenues come in, so that's a good thing. So now it's just working off some of the minor outstanding bills, but 90% of all the tax revenue is in, and it's been moved over to an investment account to accrue interest and help offset some of the deficits and issues that we have with cash flow. And then a final, just an update that I've been kind of trying to continue with. After a lot of corrections through the end of the fiscal year, the fund balances at the end for 5/31 as it stands now, unaudited, the general fund was down to 1.3 million in fund balance, which could be affected by the capital audit when that is all said and done. The country club has a negative $600,000 fund balance, and the capital fund is a negative $2.6 million fund balance as it stands now.
Because the new fiscal year has not been accounted for in that number.
No, the new fiscal year will be, it'll bring those numbers up except for the capital fund, and then they'll work off of that as the year goes on. But this is kind of a good snapshot as to what the finances are at the end of the year before any new revenue has come in and recorded. So that's kind of where you're at. So once the new revenue comes in, you work off of that. And you can increase your fund balance by being conservative, your expenses come in under, or you bring in more revenue than you expect, and that can offset that at the end of the next fiscal year. The goal is to neutralize the deficits and to increase the general fund. That's the goal.
And what is the status of the capital audit?
I had a conversation with PKF prior to the July 4th weekend. They had finished, they isolated 23 projects over the last 7 years that were active projects that they could go through an audit that weren't closed out. So they started within the last 7 years and were either ongoing or finished, but that they were going to look at, because that was the scope of their work, 7 years. So there's 23 projects. They've completed 5 of them completely. They've done all of the expenses for the other 18. Now what they're doing is trying to tie all the revenue sources from the federal grants, state grants, county grants, and what may have been committed by virtue of local not-for-profits or any other contributions, to see where the deficits are for any of those, the remaining 18. But of the 5 projects they finished, 3 out of those 5 had operational deficits where there weren't enough revenue to cover the total cost spent. And the expectation is that percentage will continue for the rest of the 18, or perhaps potentially get worse. But we won't know that until they finish. I have another call tomorrow to go over where they're at, and we're gonna do weekly updates until they're finished, so that we can get this report out to the board and to the public as soon as possible.
Did they give us an estimated time of arrival?
They're working as fast as humanly possible.
Mm.
I told them I'd like to have it done by the August meeting. So that is the goal, that is what we're working towards, to make sure that it's done by then.
Did they give you a sense of which projects they were concluded?
They did not.
Okay. I'd be happy to join any one of those weekly calls.
I'll send the invite out.
Thank you.
And that's it, unless there's any other questions.
No. Attorney Moran.
I have nothing.
Sure.
Already reported.
Okay. Okay, so that means, what does that mean, Clerk Perillo?
That means, Madam Mayor, that I'm asking for a motion to close the July 10th, 2024 work session meeting of the Board of Trustees at, my phone, at 9:43 PM. May I have a motion?
So motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.